Alright, what's up everyone? Happy Wednesday for everyone. This is the 22nd of March 2023, and we're gonna continue some more Grace Attorney Chronicles. We'll continue into the Resolve game. This is the second episode where we last left off at. This is the case of the William Shakespeare character. And our good friend Natsume is being accused of poisoning Shakespeare, from what I remember. Anyways, we now exposed him as a fraud, but we didn't get anywhere with the case, so I guess we're gonna be investigating more now. Whew, we made it back in one piece. Just to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. I'm gonna get comfortable and kick my legs up. There are so many... Give me a sec, I'm just kicking my legs up. There we go. There are so many carriages in the streets of London. You were nearly flattened several times. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruto-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Huh? Well, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright though? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. And the Old Bailey no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruto-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he was here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Okay, we could now venture off. Do we investigate anything? I don't know. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in the court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a gas thief as well. Yes, that was a surprise to us all. And for a while, it seemed though, everyone had quite forgotten about Sasaki-san poisoning the tea. Yeah, that is true. We did turn the case around. Careful of your phrases, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shakespeare than we yet to know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shakespeare wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'll be returning to the hospital ward, where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Oh, she got the details already. Let me see. Ah yes, St. Bartholomew, or Bart's as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah yes, after Sasaki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sasaki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we have probably visited the hospital later. Okay. So, we know that Sasaki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely was in the tea. But if that's the case, How on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shakespeare's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shakespeare's room that will help solve that mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives has been all over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of this investigation and the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gretson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asaji, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with some promises. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I'm gonna skip this flashback. As a stowaway, yes, you could fit inside my trunk if you could curl up small enough. I'm sure no one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Oh no, this is still part of the flashback. Naruhodo-san. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... yes, I do wonder if his true intentions lays elsewhere. I don't know, the thought just takes a hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Well, we don't know. I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it in my side of the core, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. I'm gonna skip this flashback since we already seen it many times. Yeah, we already been through this dialogue, so I'm gonna skip this. What do they mean by something very important that I have to do? I hope that the answer to this question will come apparent when we arrive here, but as yet, I have not found a single clue. I see. Oh, Runo and Susie. Hurry! Hooray! You're back. Hello, Iris. You're in a fine spirit as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculate president as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Oh. Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we could laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to seen it. And I must have passed the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeke an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the sin of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Barrick Van Zeeks. Yes, it's an interesting subject he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is not guilty of either courts, sooner or later, the soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that the acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeke's own hand. As it happens, Mr. Salo, that is quite possible. Impossible, excuse me. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occur, the Reaper always has a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he was banished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrusted into the trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runu, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. So, what is that indescribable foul smell? Most probably this. Wait, how's the battery on this? Oh, I better, yeah, let this thing charge. My controller's like really low. Excuse me. Most probably this, I will say. What is that? My dear fellow, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sort of manners that stall along with some London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high quality tea, but is in fact dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that is unsavory behavior. So when one is presented with what appears to be a black tea, one must be careful, Iris. At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of the chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turns completely black. And what a foul odor is given off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be rather obvious problem with your new adventure, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. These are some exciting times. I regularly engage in the scientific experimentations alongside my unofficial consultant detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method would be the foundations upon the modern investigative technique is based. This little liquid indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science. I suppose I should find out more about that. With Mr. Natsume, who I am defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Vat 6 seems to have a inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barak von Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... the veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. But for now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is the most deserving of your attention, I believe. So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinges to the knowledge of whether some tea is on high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in the field already, and I arbor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design as the chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorless and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents and actions very soon indeed. Okay. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we could uncover any new clues. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, that's the Spararuna. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you would come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'll witness your forensic tactics in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably, maybe, well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Runa. Bye-bye, Susie. Alright. Let me just look around before I continue. Okay, I already checked that, so we're good. I wanted to make sure I look at that board. Maybe here? What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like someone's sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Be not angry, O Apple Lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot, you were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustache villain gave me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God of mercy, Apple Lady. But thou set, I have a vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, lo. This the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returning into another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark, yeah. Fate, thy work in the court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderful for you tomorrow, does it? And then it's that. Okay. Mr. Shakespeare might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin that man down. I'm so sorry, I'm such an awful person. Oh, Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I might get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Okay, is that it? Alright. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gretson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene. I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. And with that identification section at the yard now, they're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Okay. We can't, what, can we just converse with him? Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? Oh, Lord Van Zeke's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you got something for me, he says. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me, because we already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for worn chips, is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Okay, so there's nothing to talk to him about. Maybe I should look around. Oops. Yes, examine. Oh! I just noticed he's here! Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self? Asked me to attend the scene. Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. It's now the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents and actions as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shanspeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touches is instantly revealed with the aids of these goggles. Here, try them on. Okay. There, now spray the chemical indicator about all and will be revealed. Spray, how do I do that exactly? A little press on the X on your area and your interest is all that is required, like this. Ah, what is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicators of a pre-assured gas is the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally. I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements of the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Oh, look at this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of victims' handprints. Why are there so many on the floor, on this spot? Perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints are all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Look, there's dozens of handprints here. So there are a great many indeed. So much that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he was admiring this picture. Unlikely, I would say. It's rather a dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious. You wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's been a mystery then. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over the room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes. Okay, yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. It won't be a moment. Ah! What is it, Miss Susato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards have popped out. One of the, you mean, it's a secret hiding place. Excellent work, Miss Susato. What do we have in there? Oi, what are you looking at? What are you doing? Inspector Gresson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate here. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig up your portion of chips while we dig up around the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyways, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. If not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan, I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh. I'll investigate at once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over that place like that. There you are, a print for you. Okay. That will help. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then. I wonder if Inspector Gresson has found anything on the floor there. I guess we could talk to him. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Okay, so I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gresson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gresson? Really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as much we're good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what's under that floorboard. What's he got to say? Alright, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellows. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There was 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a print, and a thin box. Now, what do you want to know? No, let's ask about everything, I guess. Looks like this was cut out for the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke has been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he's committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden, nasty piece of work into burglary and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Yes, but he's hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. Now he's dead. The papers love it, of course. £1,000 lost in the route to hell, or some headline. Doesn't that strike you though? Why such an article would be so carefully escorted under the floor? I agree. I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got on Selden back in the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Okay. Okay, let's talk about this print. So, this is the photograph I found. It looks recent to me. Oh, that's the landlord. It will appear to have been taken on the streets in the front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garridib, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Is he Garridib's son, perhaps? Wait, was he in the jury? I could be wrong. Perhaps. You could take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We could presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad we do. Unfortunately for you lots, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Spectre, if I may be so bold to point something out. Pastimes are one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reasons I'm not telling you. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Okay, so we got that. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna say the same thing. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare isn't in it. Prints are still rare treasures in the East Ends. I imagine Mr. Garridib was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He's probably made a proud present of it. Okay. Thin box. Now this thin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be at least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man. You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruto. But anyways, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more in this box then? I wonder. Oh, there's a cat. It's a cat! Oh, look. It's that lovely little kitten. What was his name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder why he got it in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. Aw. He couldn't be happier now. Look, I agree. I just hope we could bring some happiness to his owner too. I agree. Is there anything else we could do around here? Or are we done? That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Okay, that's pretty much it. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to. Yeah. I still want to clip it though. I guess I should look around. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality. He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought of his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No. Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceeding in court proved that there's hope. Yes, yes. But the Reaper's ominous present in my court is my longings. Here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh yes, we must. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's converse with our good friend Natsume. The morning trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two occasions that moved me a bit more. But if I just blocked those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most experience of my life. You're too kind. There's nothing wrong with the tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Sasaki, certainly. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both, I don't know why I say proud, we both poured it down our throats like it was hot bath on our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Shakespeare then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose that focus of tomorrow's proceeding will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Let's talk about Mr. Shakespeare. That rotten Shakespeare. What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issues with you over anything you've done recently. I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a migrant stupid? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of the capital's offender who lives there haunts the place, and is trying to kill me. Capital offender. May I ask that next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. What else can we do here? Do we have anything to show him? Oh, let's show him this then. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache malign Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. I want to look at my records again, because it says you can examine it. Okay, never mind. I thought it was like a picture you could flip over or something. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until recently. The Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in Loungins, Mr. Garadib's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my. Your room was previously occupied by a criminal. But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside. Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Sorry. Oh, there's more. Do you have any idea how the lodgers before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was aphasia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas. I only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Garadib came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself from trembling. In fact, if I'd known before then, I would have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Garadib, maybe, but not so lucky for Mr. Natsume. I agree. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is. It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. Well, technically it was. And then you talk about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? Oh, because he doesn't... London's winters are too cold to bear without any heating or... Yeah, because he doesn't use the gas, I'm guessing. And for reasons, even though I light the stove before I climb into the bed at night, the pilot light always goes out at the room and fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shakespeare last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that could be explained by a curse, though. Whatever could be the cause of these strange happenings in Mr. Garadib's rooms. Is that everything we could do? I guess we'll gotta talk to Mr. Garadib. Oh, it's Mr. Garadib. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garadib. Right, badly business is for me, you know? Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lounge is hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunting lounges, yes? Of course, the place was caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunting lounges, or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off by the prisoner on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? I guess we could converse with him? Some fishy fellows from the Far East and the failed actor chap of questionable characters, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have has become something of a magnet that roams fellows of late. Thanks to that badly curse. The convict's curse, you mean. Ah, Heard the stories, have you? Rotten Scoundrels was arrested here. Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman that just dropped dead just outside of the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. And am I next, eh? Well, I can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green was stabbed by a knife and Mr. Shakespeare, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with some loungings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like a lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. Oh, that sucks. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and falls of the flames of your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are some mishaps or such like. I think you had your mishaps already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips. Okay. Some fishy fellows from the Far East and the failed actor chap of questionable actors, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garrett. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up that the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much, though. So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap. Let me see. Of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here, too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrett, if I may ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shakespeare have some kind of connection, then? No, I guess we unlocked something new. That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink of 3 months ago now. You see? Some lady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distantly. I'm gonna skip this flashback. On the middle floors. Very well, we have it accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. I'm just gonna skip this flashback, but I'm still reading it in my mind. I don't have to read it out loud. So for what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in the rearwards with the rent too. Yes, the fellow has a badly player right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my learnings to the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Let's see. Mr. Garadib, could I ask you to look at this photo? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. Was he here by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Maybe? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in the mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in that room on the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chat. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well anyways, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out for old tricks of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly I was rather tardy to discover what happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah yes, synonymously with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, all the Baileys collapsed because of the gas. Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out with the poor chap sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me the sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much of it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume said the same thing. That the stove goes out at night while he sleeps in the bed. Well, that's a badly cursed. The convict's cursed. I'm done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me actually. Yes? About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished. He's been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Susato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you excuse me. I would not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Rose's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. But I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Aww. Aww. We know who it is. Olive Green. Yeah, I know who she is. The woman who's just been plunged into a coma. Yeah, I know who she is. The victim of the last case of Soki was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name will come up now? Could it be possibly a mere coincidence? No, it's no coincidence. Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. Ha 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 ha! This guy. I mean, I guess it does work out. Alright. Now, we did talk about the gas pipes. Alta Mount gas meter, yes. Decent fireplaces in here, of course, so no need for a gas stove. But there's nothing better than the gas lamp for reading in bed, eh? Actually, Mr. Natsume mentioned that the gas supply to his room keep failing. Ah, yes, that. I had the gas company look into it, but they couldn't find a thing wrong. The chaps must have been imagining things. I don't think he was imagining it. The poor man woke up unable to breathe. I think it has to put down ghosts at work, or some such in the end. Must be haunted. I don't know what else to do here, so let me see if we could go somewhere else. Okay, now what? Mr. Naruhodo, I just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Oh, there she is. Miss Green! Oh? What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I could be discharged, so I'm getting off my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we could coax something out of her. This is the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's a very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribed me a medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to just get it out the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. Oh, I got a trophy here. Okay, nice. Anyways, let's continue. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyways. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. That's for sure. Is there anything else I should be doing here? Oh, right, I just remember. Miss Green, we were hoping we could ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine just fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Hey, zombie. Yeah, that's a healthy mouse. Happy Wednesday, zombie. I hope you're doing well. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. Kill it? Aww. Oh, zombie, I want to show you something. Hold on. I thought of you when I saw this. I gotta show you something. Where is it? I have to remember where is it. I think it's this file. Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. So we found a little kitten. And you can interact with it. I was like, yeah, the calico, yeah. That's all. I just wanted to show that. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to share that. That's all. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing the letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamed of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garadib's. Yes, he told me he found the worst, most cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. Poor Miss Green, she looks so desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Yeah, that must suck. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving it in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo, what? Oh, it's this guy. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What, Mr. Sholmes? I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows, as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Salad, is this. What detectives insist on such a ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's been happened, instead of preventing the case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You could do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Okay. I don't think she wants to talk anymore. But what is this? I want to look at this. Oh wait! The rats! The mouse died! What the fuck? That mouse seems to be dead. Look! I didn't notice him there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Oh shit. You don't think... Ah, I see you come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into places. Yeah, she was about to kill herself, wasn't she? The Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before had spilled out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle must contain a powerful poison. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. Sure you will. Oh shit. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Ah! Once we left, you would have put that into your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Oh shit. Miss Green, please. Please talk to us. Where is she? Oh, okay, there we go. Suicide. Oh boy. 10 seconds later, and we have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probabilities, we have not enjoyed the most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctors come to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck out and when he wasn't looking. It lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh please, Miss Green, don't talk of short things, such things. But it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it that you have no objection. No, none. Okay. What else do we do here now? That got really, really dark right there. What else is around here? It feels as though this car must have been relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, in what could be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may have very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believed was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Okay. Okay, there we go. Neither the sender's name or address appeared to be written on the envelope of the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug in Sallet on the Brower Road at 5 PM on 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad. Yes, a pub on the northwest corners of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garretive's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by a knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness! So that's what you were doing out on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. Okay, now what? Okay, no. We just gotta keep conversing with her. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have dragged up some painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us that you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyways. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison. And I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but... well, that's how all this has made me feel. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew behind. Hey, I noticed Green and Bart, their names is in this game. We made our way back to the Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we reached the very end of the investigation trail for now. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be useful for you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shakespeare, Mr. Garretive's lodging, the convict cell then. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of this analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Well, I'm guessing that bottle that they got, the poison, that's probably the same poison that Shakespeare drank. Will they find us poison in it or not? Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Yes, Mr. Von Zeeks. Oh dear. Yes, Barry Von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're gonna come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate this morning. Well, I think we have done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause to the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, back down alleys and behind brick-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san has battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriots, to lift the curse that gripped them. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow will be a new dawn for all of us. Is it to be continued? Yep, to be continued. So this is episode 3, so we're going to episode 4. Yes, I will save. Yo, this episode is long as fuck, by the way. Anyways, let's continue. Hopefully it'll end in episode 4. Alright, let's continue. Oh, it's this guy. What? Why is he so close to my face? This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it is time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I could do to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Sosoki selfishly sidelined. Ah. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning! I'm not gonna read his long title. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why wouldn't you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. Speaking of inner calm, I bought a lot of fish today. I bought some tilapias, I bought some flounders, I bought some salmon. I also got some sushi as well. I got a whole bunch of fish today. Yo, Punny, what's up, dude? How you doing? So that is my inner calm for myself, my inner therapy, eating fish. I love fish. But yeah, happy Wednesday, dude. I hope you're doing well. It seems wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the science, I'm afraid. Somehow. You have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to your death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. Yes, quote-unquote inner calm. You barely come to see me at all yesterday. What are you talking about? We did saw him yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost... That'd be harsh if you did that. Long-lost homeland. We're not just been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well anyways. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I determined to uncover the truth. I actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of choice? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright, I think it'll help better if you tell us before, but whatever. Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. I guess he's still sleeping. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's over... Yeah, exactly. I just said that, Ryunosuke. He's definitely oversleeping. The great detective? My arch nemesis? Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant, are your legal representatives... Sorry, I can't read right. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. Yeah, this guy. And when the Reaper stands for prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend anymore. Then I believe in Sasaki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting at the very end. That is all. Okay. Yep, there he is. I see him already. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Why does he have his cape up like that? I swear, this man's a vampire. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I shall call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by the lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. A handsome vamp, you would say that. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely, justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could just adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as... What is it? This guy's kinky! He's into that kinky shit. Anyways, thieves deserves to die if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the men of all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to the righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dock, pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside of the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in the little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him last night. I wouldn't be surprised if he you know what? I second that, zombie. I agree. Well, the brains at the yards analyzed it, and yes, you were right, it was tea. And there was a trace of poison or any other toxic in it. There wasn't any poison. No poison at all? In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's clear. What a revelation. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasaki... Oh, I couldn't even read that. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. This guy is racist, I swear. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window's ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean is salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court was already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. So dramatic, I swear. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shakespeare? Yes, it sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. This guy again. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did I bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceeding, the witness is not as innocent as we as perhaps first led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he was stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth was I, Shakespeare. Did I have room for of the sweet feel given? That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgot. Kept all that ice coins by a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. I'm surprised he says, yeah, I just want to go home. Anyways, arrest him. Arrest him at once. And let him feel the sting of my tail. Oh, shit, I just noticed her umbrella. It's like a, yeah, like a bee sting. I get it. Oh, indeed. By dying of vile and cowardly means, I have plotted to further mine's own ends, I confess. Thou wasn't not part of my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoings, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But, what did that of a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of far east did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police already tested that. What the defense will assert in the inconsistency will be quickly to be cleared up in the witness testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this. Tell the court why is it that the poison apparently entered your body. None was found in the tea. Alright, time for the testimonies. Oh boy. Alright, the tea. The Japanese man did come to my chambers with tea brewed in the pot. 'Twas in my cup alone and the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Wow, fine distractions under the bait. Never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he parted by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coin of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be found in the tea I did pour into the mounds of soap. I swear, it feels like he's supposed to be rhyming, but he's not. That's my fault because I'm reading it like he's about to rhyme. Anyways, the poison will slip into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups for instance. But no poison was found at the scene. Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only became problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. So dramatic. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Let's see. You read this already? Reminded his cup to face my coins of... Hold on.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, and that you used the tea that was left in his cup to make your fake coins. But that's not possible. How? How? How, Chop Logic? What is this, ye Dark Clyde? Fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents the proof. What difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here. There's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur to all readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup was no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink! Tea! Hot? Why it's hot? Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so that's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim it is your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have been developed in the insides of his cup as well, after the several hours of tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shakespeare, you clearly lied to the court again. Get the...
Objection!
Oh boy. As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tinium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare. Yes, my liege. Thou your previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover teas in the accused cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? In fact, a fact that has vanished from your memory until now. Fake, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, this as though thou hast seen thy own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, it was empty. And thus did I use the dregs that fester in my teapot, as my liege did suggest. You just feeding him the lies. What the fuck, man? Oh, sorry, I didn't read that. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the ice coins that was bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine point. Furthermore, that testimony remains a valid and full support of the established facts, in other words. Oh gosh, what is he doing now? The claim of the defense simply does not exist. Oh, oh my gosh. He just turned it about. Come on, guys. What does this mean? I declare it means that there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit from the thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at the Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, not did I pass my lips, but the black tea given me in the Japanese, whose back be stupid as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as I would be called soup, and a leaf that would be called salad. A menu in the establishment where it will serve. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment till this seem fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth. That be the one thing, and this be the other. What? Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord. Exactly. If I may speak, my lord, are we doing this again? We're doing this again. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by the Rotten's defense lawyer. Oh my gosh, we are doing this again. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif that was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer's lad said he was stealing gas. He deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us to the garden path, but what's he been doing? I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We're reaching a choice this time, and we won't be swayed from it. That's what you said last time. Alright, we're doing the jury thing again. What will we duly hear the jury's finding? What? No. You can't yet. And by the way, the trial just started again. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your choice now. Guilty. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're doing it again. Guilty. We're doing it again. Guilty. 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 Yep, we're doing it again. I hereby declare the jury to be in accord. Oh, happy day. How is this my thoughts exactly, Ryunosuke. My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter a second exactly. They're self-aware. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime which he is charged. I should save. Alright, we just have to find a contradiction where they both fight each other. I am a man of logic. Me, having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that the gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it could poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs... Oh, well, there are... Okay, I'm seeing some contradictions here. Okay, so anyways. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. What the fuck? If nothing else passed the victim's lip that night, there's no other explanation, is there? I guess so. I do feel that perhaps personal opinions about gas is supply has influenced choices somewhat. But never mind. No, you really shouldn't mind. The truth is, our counter-argument was unassailable, as we hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. There could be no doubt about that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. No delays, Council. Proceed with the summonation examination. Okay, so we have to find something. I know the gas thing is definitely the big topic right there. I know with Juror 3 and 4, they look like they're going against each other. I don't have to press this guy. He's okay. I do agree, I guess. I mean, she's saying that now. The stuff explodes and it could poison you. I'm just gonna press. I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm just gonna press him. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas? Do you think, sir? Well, if you'd like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. What? What? Okay. Whatever. You take poison. Exactly. What? I mean, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness! Me? What are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Yeah, she does. Okay, so they're not liking that. They're not liking that. Okay, I'm gonna keep a note on that. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding, but I think you find poison also can't be light of heat up of a room. Ah, well, I want to pay attention to the reactions. I notice the reactions are different. Okay, you're right. I hadn't considered that. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you in our company's legal representations. Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyways, the point is, I haven't had the experience with gas companies in the past. I'm just paying this mind right here. Okay. I want to press her too. I want to see the reactions. Hold it! Can we please refrain from the talk of gas? There is an all-out attack underway here in case you haven't noticed against my company. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it? Am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. I guess a bee is her theme, yeah. And I heard all about the wonderful fuses, explosion, and poisoning. And what about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. An explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gases is deplorable. My point is, the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with the daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies? I'm just looking at the reactions, because they look like they're fighting each other. Other gas companies. Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. But there are others gas company here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think of it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, and you see, they sell it. They steal your gas? How on earth is that possible? Gas company like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But their devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplies by their own pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into the pipes illegally. What a brazen former thief. Theft, excuse me. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not... Oh, wait, what happened here? What happened here? Excuse me! What was that? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? Well, he's like, oh, wait, what? Okay. You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Oh, wait, is he stealing gas too? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. And Altamont gas workers visited my house the other day to investigate that pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of our lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everyone knows, but it has very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. It was nearly the death of me. What do you mean? I'll explain it if you don't mind. As I said before, these other companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into pipes go into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipes, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any light connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Wait! In other words, wait, that was something that Natsume brought up. Okay. If upon blowing into the pipes, the lights of an adjacent property has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these are devious scoundrels has been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you could guess what happened, can you? Well, if he blew hard, then yeah, he blew it out. That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting the lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stove connected to the same networks of pipes. And then when the gas started flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. That's probably how the other two people died. Well, that person died in that room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps, yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been... Yeah, this actually helped us. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statements to the... Okay, so we updated his testimony. Okay. Oh, well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Okay. Yes, my lord. Although I'm really not sure where the point of this is. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you will extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. I'm gonna put this in my notes right here. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver around the cities and maintain the pipes. Okay. I wonder, do I have to press it? Nah, I don't think I have to press them again since I already updated juror number 3's testament. Okay. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. I don't know, should I do something about that? I kind of want to press them just to find out more, but I think I'm wasting my time if I do. Let's try this. If nothing else passed the victim's slip that night, there is no other explanation, is there? Blow too hard. I think I could put it like this. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, then there's no other explanation as they blow too hard into a gas pipe in Houston. I don't know, it seemed like they're two different things though. I want to see. Those two statements, I don't know, they seem like they're kind of different. Good gracious, those... Okay. Juror number 6, do you hear what the juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a matter of speaking, passed the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what you're floundering about your results in this time, but the mouth of the gas pipe, Scotland Yard has enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shakespeare? What speaketh thou, Prieth? It is not strange and strange. That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The poison could have been in the mouth of the gas pipe that fed on the wall lamps in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord! Are they tasty than gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam, speak in thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I will kiss pipes. I don't know. I don't know about that. This is no submission examination. This is a farce. The prosecution would not stand for any more of this learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have been a contortionist. These are... Wait! I just thought about something. Hold on. I just thought about something. Oh, where is it? Do I have it here? I got it! Thank you, Vet and Zeke. You just gave it... Okay, you just gave it away. That's... Oh, he has, because we have the proof right there. But how has he been going up there, though? Okay, anyways. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. No, we do have proof. It's true I have no proof that Mr. Shakespeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I could say with certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shakespeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Yeah, no, definitely, we do. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you could be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I got the jury's ears. I'm gonna type in info now. I just saw OBS acting up. Oh, never mind. Just mind that. I thought it was that. That's just my imagination. Anyways, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of the gas. No, it's definitely this. There's no doubt about it. It's this. Take that! What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Skin prints. Yes, skin prints, that's what they're called. They were found at the scenes. Skin prints, Council? I never heard of such things. Yeah, because they're supposed to exist before fingerprints. Anyways, the Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shakespeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellows, that's for sure. I agree, this month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shakespeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork? That's what we thought too. At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing where your hands where there's prints are, and you will find yourself directly in front of, I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I asked the court to recall jurors number 4 earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now if you recall juror number 3 statement. What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his house blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stuff to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously that incident was an accident. However, that simple fact is, if Mr. Shakespeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipes here in the room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the men purposely caused the gas to?
Objection!
While I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zee? The curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, that so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it is exciting news forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hand. I mean, he's not wrong, but still. It's evidence. Even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But, please, my lord, if I may, Mr. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results as a great detective investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain the possibilities to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind the mysterious handprints that everyone has seen. I don't believe we could allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors will agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are significant clues or not, it's down to us decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results. It sounds fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. I love it. But we only got 2 votes, though. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's fair. Well, it's now tie. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just one more juror changes his or her mind. And the trial will continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shakespeare? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You could do it. Very well. Continue, counsel. That was a good turn of events right there. Should we press... I think it's a man logic. I guess we should press him. Let's press him.
Hold it!
All the evidence you say. That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possibility of the events of the night in question. What do you make of that? What, you so-called skin prints? I want to see that other people are reacting. Anyways. It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by... We read this already. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shakespeare was indeed to put his mouth in the gas pipe, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that there was poison. Well, yes, I won't deny it as playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to the unacceptable form of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipes dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? I think it does. I think it does. I'm thinking. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. What do you mean by that? Hold on. Do you make a very valid... No, don't let her change her... Don't change your vote. That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, exactly! Don't change your mind! Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality... Exactly! Stop being racist, guys! Fucking racist Englishmen. Mr. Naruhodo, we can't sustain our position. I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I could give them here? Can I show that Mr. Shakespeare really did blow down the gas pipes on the night? I think we can, because I believe, what's his face brought it up in his testimony. Mr. Natsume. Yes, testimony. So I'll go with supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witnesses' testimony that sustain it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in Garadev's residence that night, namely, our good friend Sosoki Natsume.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sosoki Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lounges, there's been a whole series of strange happenings. I remember this. Since this is a flashback, I'll kind of skip it, but I think I know where they're going with this. They're talking about at one point when he had the gas, it wasn't working. Like, yeah, that's what he's talking about. And since they already revealed, like, if there's tampering with the gas pipes, other rooms in the building will be affected. Anyways, on the night in question, the gas of the defendant's rooms went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipes to make the man's stove go out on purpose. Yes, exactly. Now hold your horses here. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgments to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ugh. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. Okay, we got his vote. Nice. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We're overturned the choice. Therefore, the defense called for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decision. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 of them not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Take a drink real quick. Mr. William Shakespeare. My lord, how could I, humble Shakespeare, serve thee? What say you response in the various revelations made by the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall out of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. What you explain that, eh? This guy. I am done with this. The dignity of the great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a prick from the self-professed detective toy has no place in British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand behind the gas lamp of his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection.
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe to feed in the lamp in Mr. Chancery's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there.
Objection.
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend mine. You will recall that in order to check the presence of a poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it should be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have spread in the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Come on, I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly motivate this man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe work where he lived? There's only one possibility I could think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Precisely, whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler, now that we unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of... I think it's kind of obvious. It's very obvious he wanted to end his life. Just like the guy who lived there before. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I will know what it is like. I could tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garadib, the landlord, had a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remains unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is, who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply in his attempt to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known Mr. Shakespeare's murderous design? You mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question could be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliation attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Sasaki Natsume. Nah, let's not do this again. Whatever Mr. Shakespeare may or may not have been contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potential lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. Oh, come on. The defense counsel theorized has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive from the poison has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? How did he manage to turn this around again? Yeah. Oh my gosh. This is overstaying his welcome. You must respond, Mr. Naruto. Otherwise, the jurors may very well change their leanings against us again. Yeah, I know. They're not very reliable. And this may be our last chance to get an advantage. Okay. I just want to end this case already. This is like the second day. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come in mind. The evidence, the poison, is all pointing to that particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Huh, what? Oh, don't you worry, we know exactly what...
Objection!
There is one other person I believe could have been involved in this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for long enough already. I see no reason to cut it short before this disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned I keep saying Japanese. My learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is this so-called true culprit of this crime? This is the only person I could think of.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago. Yep, she was stabbed. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road, an incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in the hospital bed at that time, she appears to have rather a fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she wouldn't be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in the possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she'll be brought into the witness. Oh no, we're gonna prolong this more. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray. What to be thy bidden? Ah. Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the looks on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend farce through his conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, we're gonna have a part 5, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense will have a extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpabilities remain my sole subject of the court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We will reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Yeah, it's going to be continued again. Oh boy. Hopefully this is the last chapter. Oh my gosh, this episode is long. Yes, I will save. Alrighty. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you. Now, finally, at long last, there could be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, here, Herlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your derisions. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's nearly the time for lunch. Your scorn is written clearly across your face. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. That's a lie. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduces me last night, I thought, tomorrow for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Yeah, it definitely overstays. This is already like the fifth part of this episode. Hopefully this is the final chapter. Oh man, I gotta stretch. Such spirited determination has a beauty of all its own, does it not? Oh yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? Excuse me, I have to burp. And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that an astute insight into the matters? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to assail a fit of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already, sir. What other presupposed I proved that experimentation, that my dear fellow is the scientific method? Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah, the poison. Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green had. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But it did not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it does have poison. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course some circumstances evidence doesn't prove Miss Green guilty, I shall leave the bottle in your care now. But licking the insides of the neck is not recommended. Okay, so we got the poison. Cool. Ah, could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Oh, come on, dude, come here. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the looks of your face, I say it's someone else who thinks you're making a nuisance of himself. My dear Spectre, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be more simpler. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation? Not yet. Shouldn't be long enough, though. No, I'm here about something else. The dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper? A man by the name of... Ah, yes, Selden. I went through the archives of the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... Well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye. What, Inspector, what? I copied all the relevant parts for you, so you could read it for yourself. Oh, thank you. Okay, so we got more stuff on the court records. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I rearranged everything in the court records so we don't have to duplicate information. Good. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's working are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the Inspector here is a shining diamond in his crown. A shining diamond? In the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Understandable. Alright, I want to finish this quick. I'm just going to skip the dialogue. Let's go back to court. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just pressing X, just skipping the dialogue. Okay, back to court. Until I expose the whole truth of everything that has been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You could do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Okay. Okay, let's just skip the intro and let's get back to court. Skipping dialogue. Okay, so we're gonna extend the courtesy to this amateur newcomer of the dubious Eastern Shores. That's not a compliment. That backhand consideration. That's not really a compliment. Whatever. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zieks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting for the witnesses' antechambers, my lord. Okay. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in. And this guy again. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my league. For mine occupation, I could say only. That I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. Dang. Mr. Shakespeare, my lord, I am, thy humble servant. I am afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibilities has been raised that you are in fact an assailant in intent of taking the life of others. The part you have played in your whole business will be scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green? Yes? You are aware of the reason why you've been summoned, I presume. Yes, the officer did explain. I like how she drew the that arrow. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyways. That's a lie. So it so happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the nights of this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in an incident on the streets outside of the Garridib household. Let me stretch. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of the back of by a knife, through not fault of my own. I'm now under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? I'm all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about the random knife attack I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, All that appears to be connected with you is Mr. Shakespeare lodging in the Briar Road incident 6 days ago. That's why we would like for you to testify formally about what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare. Eh? But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. Okay, testimony. Alright. It was 6 days ago at 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow. I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the man in this case had their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou shouldst speak, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend, that is all. Anyways, I was admitted strange to the hospital, so I knew nothing of this business. Okay. A second incident inside a week of what I believe to be an apple described as the haunted lodgings. Only one could presume that this is the unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken when I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor about mine. When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connected with these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they are unrelated, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it, and this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine. Alright, let's try this out. Time for the cross-examination. Thinking. I'll just press on there. Maybe that'll make a difference. What's little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. Oh, it was nothing really. It's not worth... Hold on. Oh, it's giving me a choice here. Okay. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Yeah, I remember this. This is when the rat died. I'm just gonna skip the flashback since I just saw that like two parts ago. From memory, I believe this card contained a note that read, "I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross." What does that matter? This has nothing to do... Oh, wait, what's this here? Excuse me! Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Pray forgive me. The great bard's words spring from within with never a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps. Well, nay, sire. That was nothing at all. Presumably you knew the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lounging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lounging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing that note, do you have it upon your person? I do, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Oh wait, I just noticed something. That part that's cut. Hold on, I just noticed something. Yeah, we have the other half right here. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of this rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Mr. Sato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventure of Herlock Sholmes. Wait, I just caught on. This was in what's his name? William Shakespeare's room. It should have been. Yeah, this should have been. This should have been in the middle floor, but it wasn't. It was in the first floor. So he must have been stealing mail. That's interesting. Anyways, before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shakespeare and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Yeah, he just connected it right there. Okay. I still want to look at my records. Okay, nothing there. What about here? The card. The envelope has been ripped open carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah! What is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that. Yeah, we just examined it. Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Alright, they go together perfectly. The torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. Oh yeah, because I was wondering about that, but now I know. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So it's been updated. Okay, we could back off now. Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Anyways, I admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about this business. Okay. I was at the tavern of the eve of which thou speakst, for I bespoke my supper. So he says. Let's all press on this. Hold it. A tavern, you say, which was the Slug and Sally, which I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel of the East End, and a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Sally offers unusually fine dining for the locally, at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Oh, he didn't like that. He didn't like that. It's true, the menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected grubberies in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. A watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water, and pee like mush. Isn't that the same thing, or equally appetizing? I just wanted to try water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different could water exactly? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that establishment. I agree. The fact that on the days of all days he dined at the place that he wouldn't be, it just stands out. So Mr. Shakespeare's own action of the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. It definitely was. I wonder if we have some evidence that could explain. Yes, we could show us something. We could definitely present evidence. And that would be that card. Mr. Shakespeare. Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place that you don't go, but for a particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speaketh. So show some evidence, that's what you're saying. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence, I think it's going to be the green card. This one.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord. Miss Green's card, you mean? Ah, that's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shakespeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Got him. Personally, I find it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shakespeare? Well... Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, kind of. Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details. Okay, so she's going to update her testimony. This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me. No, we have to... No, I have to... No, because this was in Mr. Shakespeare's... This was definitely in Mr. Shakespeare's room.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out instructions on the notes, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of the envelope. Oh? Is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope on the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shakespeare's room. Eh? In my room? Mr. Shakespeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in that note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Sally on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shakespeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? Yep, he has nothing to say. And you, Miss Green. Ah, what did I do? At this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So how is it that it came in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. More like con artist. No, I'm just kidding. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shakespeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou has what? Thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Yeah, we caught them in something. We definitely caught them in something. Okay, anyways, let's continue. Miss Green. Yes? While you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in the court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. Yeah, they're gonna update their testimony, basically. Alright. Another cross-examination, I guess. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago. Peradventure, the note was delivered unto me. On the day with therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I could point out the villain here, and as far as that torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it. They both seem kind of sketchy there. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shakespeare? Fate, 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon my table in my humble loungings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I have returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the liar. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said. A fledgling artist don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who's the liar around here is. I love how she keeps drawing the arrow. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proof. You're the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shakespeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts are starting to lead me into a possible explanation of this. And it's not a pretty one. Yeah, she definitely broke into his room. Huh. Therefore, on the Japanese company. I'm just reading it out loud. Oh. I think we have to get her at the moment. What proof that we have that she was in the room? Maybe the bottle of poison. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the courses of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the Defense Independence Analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that's still in the bottle was identified as poison. What? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare. Ah! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lounges for one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Oh shit. Can this be... You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that could be reached. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Oh shit! Are you okay, Miss Green? Counsel, are you seriously suggesting that the woman put the poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way around to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set the obvious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, and the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Ah, oh shit, you're right. That is a good point. The time doesn't make sense. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? Oh? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening, on account of the incident of the Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night of the part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoings at that time. Lord Van Zeeks. Is he helping us? And of course, the following morning, there was more activities at Mr. Shakespeare's address. Right. More activity. Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested? Oh, yeah, because of the stabbing. That's right, and if the defense has already been proposed, Mr. Shakespeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby killing the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume has been arrested, his room was under surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shakespeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need of tamper with the gas removed, the poison of the pipe lay dormant. And then 3 days ago, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here. It feels awesome. It does feel awesome, but the Grace Attorney games are like, their episodes are long. That's the only problem, but I like them. The trial in which the man stood, accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but the duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lounge by the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and by Mr. Shakespeare was mysteriously poisoned. I think after I finish this episode, I'm probably gonna move on to another game. I do like the games, but this is something I have to like take my time. I don't think I could do it. I would do it just as streaming. But don't get me wrong, I am enjoying it. I'm gonna go after all the trophies and everything in this game, so I still will be playing it, but I don't think I could continue on the stream. So I want to make sure I end this episode tonight. If I do finish this tonight, I might do Sly Cooper tomorrow. Let's see. Let's hope. Let's hope. In conclusion, the poison was present on the mouth of the gas pipe. Had been put there in the victim's room for 4 days earlier. Mary! With that news understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. Yeah. And like I said, it's nothing against the game, it's just for someone to read all this out loud for a stream, it could be very exhausting. That's why I don't think I could do it justice, but it specifically streaming the original Ace Attorneys, the Phoenix Wright ones, those were definitely fun. I really like those. I really like this one. This one I almost 100%. I just missed one trophy. But I could always get it back. I could always revisit that trial and get it back. But yeah, this is fun. It's just I have to like put in my own personal time to play this. That's all. Anyway, sorry. I got sidetracked. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipes in your room. What do you have to say for yourself, Miss Witness? Aw, shit. Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we heard several times already. So that's what's behind all this. Oh my. You will share your understandings with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind the woman's motive for the... Oh yeah, it's the boyfriend. The love interest. It's, where is it? Oh, there he is. Duncan Rose. Take that! Duncan Rose. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up the residence, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Rose. I knew I heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, where the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a bell. Oh, of course I remember now. The young man they claim was strangled by that convict's curse or such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse at any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shakespeare's blowing to the gas pipes and causing the gas to get leaked into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ah! Oh, why is she laughing? What do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. It's an interesting story. They don't want to know. It doesn't cross their minds. That's real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story lost its appeal, everyone forgotten them. You mean you? Duncan was Mr. Ross and Miss Green. Well, sorry, Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiance. Fiance? You may not have known until now that Miss Green really is Mr. Shakespeare. But she's known exactly who you all along. Ah, I can't even read. Because she's your sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of a man she was married to. Mary? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shakespeare, you smeared poison all over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Yes. Unfortunately. Yes, my lord. That's correct. Of course he's gonna object. Of course he's gonna object to it. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken into a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shakespeare have wanted to kill these lodgers as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusations against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my league. I have been slight. This lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green, she's obviously lying. I'm sure you think I'm being very rude, but I'm not gonna be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room, and you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. Then what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might have some evidence on something in the room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. You do realize, like, after they get out of court, they're gonna try to kill each other, right? I'm just saying, they're gonna try to kill each other after court. But in any case, whether I leave my room, I do turn the key on the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the door are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock... Is she just telling on herself right now? She's just telling on herself right now. Oh, awfulness, artfulness, oh, tyranny, oh, profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence you searched revealed. Well, I spotted the note that had sent him lying on the floor. When I picked it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Yes, I know what it is. Yes, we discovered that hiding place too. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well those things. When I found it... I wonder what was in the tin box. That box was empty. There was something in it? Yes, what was in it? Oh, the key! The key! This rather nice key. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What does he mean by that? What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited... Yeah, what does he mean by that? No, yeah, it's like I'm so lost. What did he inherit? It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to some lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what's it for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means if you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Hold on, I just thought about something. File about convicted criminal setting includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness. Hold on. Oh no, it's not a... Never mind. Never mind. Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shakespeare has tried, in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusations against Mr. Shakespeare at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I could just catch a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present the evidence and... Okay. What is it that you can explain that the motivation of Mr. Shakespeare's alleged crimes?
Take that!
That's an officer report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happened that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial... Oh, did he leave like some treasure? Or... Wait. Now it's coming together. Okay, now it's coming back. They mentioned that Selden had some... Like, he had all those robberies, but they didn't know where it was at. Maybe that key is like a lock or something where his treasures are at. That's what I'm guessing. There's some 1,000 pounds worth of loot and that he's... Okay, that's what it is. Yes, all the money that he stole, which has yet remained to be found. That's what he means by inherited. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in the file now. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seemed that one particular fellow inmate was the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of that stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuable were in. Okay, we're getting to the bottom. Okay, now it's getting good. It's getting good. You mean the key is... Mr. Shakespeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? Okay, so that's why he was trying to kill people in that room. Most likely... Okay, it's making sense now. So that's probably why he was trying to kill everyone in that room. Because it was most likely in the room upstairs where that treasure was at. Okay, it's making sense now. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would clearly tell us how false this charge really is. But even if it is true, and it's kind of safe to assume he's the inmate, why would the man be so intent on killing every suspected to get the treasure? That's why. There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in the very room that Selden hid his loot. Yeah, exactly. Okay. That confirms it right there. That's why. Wait! I just thought about something. Hold on. I just thought about something. So, with the pictures that we took, right? Here. Is it possible behind here the treasures? I don't know yet. It has to be that. Either that or where he's been putting his hands on the floor as well. It's one of those two places. Anyway, sorry. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shakespeare's subsequent actions start to make sense. When he was left out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lounges in the hope of rent. Okay, so he went to those apartments on purpose. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him accommodations for his choice, because Selden's own room has already been let to someone else, which was Mr. Ross. Which is why Mr. Shakespeare devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of his room. And when he was successful, he intended to switch into the new room. However, a certain jittery someone had been beat him to it. So Suzuki Natsume, the defendant in this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shakespeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pound of loot behind the dead convict. Okay, it's making sense now. It was a long story, but it's making sense now. He tried to kill 2 neighbors back to back before he could get into that room. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it. Listen, I want you to all meet loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lounging where they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Okay. Shakespeare. Yeah, we should be close to the end of this chapter. It's mine. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh shit! Is he going crazy? Is he showing his true persona? Mr. Shakespeare. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Foolishness, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you could do. Yeah, he's definitely showing his true colors. You can't arrest me. For the time being anyways. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I would just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty, no doubt about it. But he seems so intoxicated by the idea of the loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he will never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto. Do you think so? There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I could finish him off. Oh? He already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on the loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. We're in it now for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be a very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find... No, we definitely do. We do have a way. We definitely do. There is a final piece of the complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may have something that could help us find where the loot is. Yeah, it's definitely the handprints. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to make the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that will give us a clue on his whereabouts. Oh, he's sweating bullets now. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off. Very well then. What's your idea? What do you propose we could use in order to find the hiding place? We found it. What was it? It's this. It's definitely the handprints.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shakespeare handprints on the wall. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense independently investigations of the scene. Based on the wonderful new discovery of the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm gonna be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to be recognized such a title as he hears one, Mr. Shakespeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of the most ridiculous title. It's Sherlock Sholmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usually haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Let me see. So, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes? Yeah, I'm surprised he's here. And of all places, he's in the witness stand. I wanna save here real quick. Because I think there's a hidden trophy here, and I don't want to mess my chance of not getting it. think we're ready. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Lord Van Seeks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go. Yeah, exactly. I was just talking about that. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us uncover vital clues about this case. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we're able to certain gentlemen's gas pipes activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacups you've been holding elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What am I used to as an sample to make the indicator solution at this time? Thank you for the offer, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Sasaki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden. Okay. I want to save here because I think this is where the hidden trophy is at, so I'm gonna save right here. I'm gonna get the wrong answer on purpose. Let's see. I believe we could present. Maybe present. I guess person. I guess. And it's supposed to be olive green, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna pick someone else. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reason appears to be on the... So, which particular person do you have in mind? From who he could obtain possession of the late convict Selden? Just for shits and giggles, let's pick Van Zeke. It's not him, but... And what, pray, does said person possesses that could be to our purpose? It's the wrong answer, I'm just fucking around. Let hear your new and improved powers of reason at work, my dear fellow. Dear me, your left eye just twitched. Are you currently concocting an elaborate excuse? Not some clever Japanese joke over a wet noodle, I hope. Oh, you got me! I think we need a okay, yeah, that was a trophy. That was funny. The noodler. Yeah, so you got a trophy for getting it wrong. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. Why do I feel as though Susato-san is studying my left eye now? I'm ready and waiting, Mr. Naruhodo. The rest is in your hand. Okay, let's put the right answer this time.
Take that!
Since she has the key and everything, that makes sense. Miss Green. Me? What do you mean? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? Oh, his facial expression. The key belongs to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on his surface that we could use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we could create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it within no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shakespeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'm gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give me the key! The detective can't have it! It's over, Mr. Shakespeare. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Oh shit. Oh, Shamford's spear! Despair! Be thy name! Is it over? I think we're almost over. I think it's almost over. I think we're at the end. Never intended to kill that man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed that young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garrett really had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in there just at the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What an unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I finally had my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Shone spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search in the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick on blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you to a deadly trap. William Shakespeare, how does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. For Shakespeare Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Ooh, that's kind of cruel. Ha. Yeah, I think this is the conclusion. I think we're done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I never forget our conversation the night before. The first gas supply in my new lounges are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply. Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the comic's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll just start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you just leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'll wait until I graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I known it was gonna happen, I have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up in the road to grub grubberies for some food, so I followed him, and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup, and started to pick a quarrel with the publicans. The place is cursed, I tell you. Curse! The ghost of that convict who has used to live there is trying to suffocate me. Oh yeah, he did say that earlier. I'm gonna skip this because this is a flashback. He has been saying that for the longest. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I heard about how the gas companies go about investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean blowing the gas. Yes, everyone hears that story, it seems, about how they go checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. Was it really an incident, though? Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me one day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market. I never been, I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out, one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method was established, and the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipes you suspect the man of tampering with. Wait. If Mr. Shakespeare was innocent, nothing would have come what you done. But if he was guilty, he would have paid for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the yeah, so that was the note. Don't tell anyone else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that it would worry him enough to be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And it did. And of course, Mr. Shakespeare followed the instructions. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison and I bought it around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying for the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all some kind of wild fantasy. Yeah, but when he passed out, that kind of gave it away he was doing it. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work will be done, and that the culprit will be just desserts. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in this dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, finally. Miss Green. Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Sosuke Natsumi here present. Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes? Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in that poison, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose that's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe That is a blessing Mr. Chancellor didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you made the truth come out at last. Is she gonna say thank you? Really, I can't thank you enough. Close enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Suzuki's Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are re-exonerated from the blame of this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. This trial was long. 5 parts. Oh my gosh. Court is now adjourned. Alrighty. Oh yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you should have shaved that mustache. Oh no, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxurious mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Once again, you saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal, your second in almost 2 days. I was first acquainted with the gained affection for the English literature while in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortars became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived here through friendly books. You had such a difficult time, haven't you? But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did! And I've seen more of life of this week now at all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Whatsoever one goes in the world, humans are humans. There are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I'm come to understand that. I worked out why I was attracted to the English literature in the first place. I made me see that whatever our nationality is, we humans have all the same hope and fears. We all just doing our best to live. Well said, I come to feel the same way. I made a choice too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we became friends here in England? What a terrible shame. Oh, I know. That does tug my heartstrings, it really does. But I decided I just had to take everything I learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call literature. He just wants to get out of here. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I like to try my hand at writing. I have no disillusion or grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have one again emerged victorious. From a battle within the Reaper. Yeah, he did. That's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is in the prosecution. Oh my gosh. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. Be careful, he's gonna pop up. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. I swear. I mean, I would, though. In that case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago, Sosoki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that reports that Professor Mikotobo was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she was going to return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father was dying, which was a lie, by the way. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day after we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, the cat statue. Hey Luna, how are you? Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? Yeah, it took a whole day instead. As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregsy been happily munching on his agreement the whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpired the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. What is this? Ooh! It looks to be some sort of neckband, a collar. A collar? It's huge though. And look at those gemstones. I could see why it's claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps it could be a belt? Have you noticed the inside there? There's some kind of dark stain. Oh yeah, there is. You don't think there could be blood, do you? I thought it was sweat, but on second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then of course there's this emblem here. A large bee in a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I haven't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before. Where could it have been? I don't even have my... Damn, I want to look at the court records. Because I was thinking of Van Zeke. That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, ought you? It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely after a lock. I want to look that up. I feel like that's connected to Van Zeke. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off of that, you lot, and hand it over now. I've never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly looks to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least. But once I noticed it, those dark marks inside that collar, those stains, could they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. I wouldn't call it funny though. You look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I started to wonder what I could use as a basic month in the story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man in the convict's curse, perhaps. I could make a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. They did mention this when we first started this case. Why not? It's a great case. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes did not want to write this. Then I should have insisted that you limit yourself to the first of the two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. And
so it was
they're talking now.
the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
That was a long trial. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we finished episode 2 of Resolve. We're now made it to the 3rd one. I don't think I'm gonna do this one. As much as I do want to continue, I think that tomorrow when I stream, I am gonna move forward to another theme. My next theme is going to be spy games. Spy stealth games, you know. I believe the next game I'll be streaming will be the Sly Cooper game. Just the first one, at least. I think that'll be fun. I'm going to be playing the PlayStation 2 port. And yeah, I'm going to stop right here. As much as I would love to continue this on the stream, reading this stuff while streaming could exhaust you a lot. Even like with drinking water and stuff like that, you do get kind of exhausted. So unfortunately, I'll do this off stream because I do want to get to the bottom of these stories. They're really good, really good. But yes, this is the Grace Attorney Chronicles. They're really good. If I had to pick, looking back with the Ace Attorney trilogy and this, it's really hard to say which one is better. Because both collections have like 2 different things to offer. It's really hard to pick. They're both really good, but for like a broader audience who never play Ace Attorneys, obviously the Ace Attorney trilogies will be the better choice. But this is really good too. It's really good. In fact, it makes you want to know what happens next, because there's a lot of mysteries here that's not solved yet. In fact, that's kind of what I like about this game. It's not always taking place in court. There's stuff that's happening like as you further in the game. There's some stuff that's still not unsolved, which hopefully I will resolve later on. But yes, I'm gonna continue streaming tomorrow. I should be free tomorrow, so yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. We'll do Sly Cooper. Let me see who is streaming. I could probably go raid them. But yes, this was definitely quite the experience. Alright, who is streaming? Oh! I see a lot of people streaming tonight. But just for fun, I'm gonna raid my good friend Pete. He is streaming Lollipop Chainsaw. For everyone who's gonna join the raid, just do me a favor, go to Pete's stream and say when's God Hand. Just type in when's God Hand. That's all you have to do. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Peace.